Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are real, documented experiences, carefully curated and adapted to keep the facts clear and the atmosphere calm enough for sleep. Please like and subscribe and tap the bell to catch each new episode. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then a clean run to the end. Quiet documentary true narration with a literary edge for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I have spent most of my career chasing things that were supposed to be impossible to find. When people hear that, they imagine treasure hunting or forgotten shipwrecks hidden beneath distant oceans. The truth is much less glamorous. I worked with commercial recovery crews on the Great Lakes, helping locate wrecks that history had quietly buried beneath cold black water. Most of what we found made perfect sense. Storms happened. Captains made mistakes. Ice shifted, hulls cracked. Lakes that looked calm from shore could swallow ships without mercy. That belief lasted until we recovered a merchant vessel that should not have existed. The assignment began as a historical survey funded by a museum consortium. They wanted better sonar maps of a section of lake where shipping records hinted that several 19th century vessels had disappeared during unusually violent electrical storms. The official reports blamed high winds, confused currents, and poor visibility. Nothing about the case sounded mysterious. The strange part was that the search area kept growing. Every archive pointed us toward the same rough boundary. Ships vanished there more often than anywhere else on the lake. Some wreckage washed ashore. Some never produced a single plank. The old fishermen had another name for it. They simply avoided crossing it whenever storms built over the water. I dismissed that as local folklore. The first week of scanning produced nothing except uneven ridges and sediment deposits. The lake floor was scarred by glacial movement, making sonar interpretation difficult. We expected weeks of repetitive work before finding anything useful. Instead, our lead operator froze halfway through a sweep. A perfect outline appeared on the display. It wasn't scattered debris. It wasn't broken timber. It looked like an entire ship resting upright. Everyone crowded around the monitor. The vessel sat level on the lake floor, as though it had been carefully lowered there. The masts were gone, but the hull remained astonishingly intact. Despite spending well over a century underwater, none of us spoke for several seconds. Ships simply did not survive that long in such complete condition, unless circumstances were unusually favorable. The dive the following morning answered one question and created dozens more. Visibility improved as we descended. The water grew colder until every movement felt deliberate. My light reached the hull long before I reached it myself. It looked untouched. The wood showed age, but not the catastrophic damage expected from violent sinking. Windows remained in place. Cargo hatches were closed. There was no obvious reason this ship should have disappeared so completely from history. We documented every angle before approaching the deck. That was when I noticed something beneath the stern. At first, I thought they were natural rock formations. Then my light traced smooth edges. Large stones formed an almost perfect circle beneath the vessel. Each one appeared intentionally placed. The pattern continued beyond the wreck, disappearing beneath layers of silt. Our dive supervisor ordered everyone back. The discovery immediately shifted from historical recovery to archaeological investigation. Over the following months, underwater mapping revealed additional carved stones, extending across a surprisingly large area. The markings were heavily eroded, impossible to interpret with confidence. But no one disputed that they had been arranged deliberately long before the lake reached its present level. No one could explain why. The merchant vessel eventually became a museum story. The stone circle quietly disappeared into academic debates. I thought that chapter of my career had ended. Years later, I accepted work supporting an aviation investigation. Commercial recovery experience transfers surprisingly well. Sonar, mapping, remote vehicles, and search logistics follow similar principles whether you're looking for a ship or an aircraft. The flight had disappeared during one of the worst electrical storms recorded over the region. Radar contact ended abruptly, no emergency transmission, no confirmed impact, no floating debris. Authorities expected to locate wreckage within days. Weeks passed. Nothing. Search aircraft flew overlapping patterns until crews could practically navigate the entire lake from memory. Boats dragged sonar equipment across enormous distances. Divers entered every promising target. Nothing matched a commercial airliner. Families demanded answers. Experts argued over possible crash locations. The weather reports became the center of every discussion. Meteorologists reconstructed the storm repeatedly. Powerful electrical activity had concentrated inside a surprisingly compact area. Wind patterns shifted violently within minutes. Instruments recorded unusual atmospheric instability unlike surrounding regions. Even then, experienced investigators expected evidence. Aircraft always left something behind. Fuel slicks, floating insulation, seat cushions, fragments. Instead, the lake remained empty. Our recovery team expanded sonar operations far beyond the projected impact zone. I spent long days staring at screens while slowly covering territory that seemed endless. One afternoon, our equipment registered another large anomaly. Everyone assumed we had finally found the aircraft. We launched the remotely operated vehicle immediately. The cameras descended through dark water. A shape slowly emerged. Not aluminum, not engines. Another wooden hull, older than the previous discovery. Far older, the wreck rested only a short distance from another submerged stone formation. Remarkably similar to the first one, history repeated itself beneath the water. The aircraft remained missing. Another forgotten ship entered the record. That coincidence should have ended there. Instead, it pulled historians, geologists, archaeologists, and recovery specialists into the same investigation. Old shipping records revealed something unsettling. Several vessels that vanished within the same geographic boundary disappeared during severe electrical storms, remarkably similar to the one that preceded the missing flight. Storm descriptions separated by generations sounded almost identical. Dark skies and daylight, compasses behaving unpredictably, sudden walls of rain, violent winds localized over open water. Captains who survived nearby described conditions ending as abruptly as they began. The boundary itself fascinated researchers. It wasn't enormous. It occupied a surprisingly limited section of the lake. Crossing it usually meant nothing until certain storms formed. Then history filled with unexplained absences. I remained skeptical. Patterns often appear meaningful after enough tragedies accumulate. Humans naturally connect unrelated events. That explanation worked until our mapping expedition returned to the stone circles. Improved equipment allowed higher resolution scans. The formations were larger than we first believed. Several circles overlapped beneath layers of sediment. Some connected through straight alignments impossible to dismiss as random geology. No one publicly claimed they represented anything extraordinary. Official reports described them cautiously. Artificial, ancient, purpose unknown. Our job remained documentation, nothing more. One evening we stayed longer than planned. Because weather forecasts predicted storms overnight, rather than immediately, the sky looked harmless. The lake remained calm. Equipment functioned normally. Then every monitor flickered simultaneously. The electrical engineer checked the generators. Nothing appeared wrong. Static erupted through every radio channel. Not voices, just relentless noise. The wind arrived almost instantly. 1 minute the water reflected the fading sunlight. The next it looked like hammered metal beneath clouds that seemed to materialize overhead. Lightning flashed repeatedly without obvious thunder. Our captain ordered an immediate return. The engines responded sluggishly. Navigation screens began dropping signals one after another. I glanced toward the sonar display before it powered down. For only a second, the outline of the lake floor appeared beneath us. The stone circles formed a pattern I had never noticed before. They weren't isolated, they connected. The lines extended far beyond our survey area. Then the display went black. No one else admitted seeing it. Maybe they never had the chance. The storm intensified with frightening speed. Rain reduced visibility until the shoreline disappeared entirely. Despite being only minutes away, the compass rotated continuously. Backup navigation disagreed with every known position. The captain relied on instinct more than instruments. Eventually, the rain weakened. The shoreline emerged exactly where it should have been. Every system restarted without repair. Later analysis blamed temporary electrical interference. The explanation sounded reasonable, yet one detail never fit. Our recorded track showed an impossible gap. Nearly 40 minutes simply failed to exist. Not erased, not corrupted, missing. The vessel log jumped forward as though someone had removed part of the day. No one remembered anything unusual during that interval. We only remembered the storm beginning and then ending. Investigators attributed it to equipment malfunction caused by electrical activity. Again, that sounded reasonable. Reasonable explanations usually win. Years have passed since that expedition. The missing airliner has never been found. Neither have several older vessels recorded as lost within the same boundary. The merchant ship rests in preservation, separated from the water that concealed it for generations. Researchers still debate the submerged stone circles. Some argue they marked ancient shorelines. Others believe they served ceremonial purposes long before rising water covered them. No theory answers why so many disappearances cluster around the same stretch of lake during the same kind of violent storms. I still work recoveries. Although I avoid assignments there whenever possible, people sometimes mistake that decision for superstition. It isn't. Lakes are dangerous enough without myths, but every now and then I wake before sunrise and remember staring at a sonar screen that briefly showed impossible lines stretching across the darkness beneath our boat. I remember the missing aircraft that left no trace, the merchant vessel resting untouched after more than a century, and the ancient stones waiting silently below them both. Those are facts I can document. Everything else belongs to the water. I used to think people disappeared because something terrible happened to them. An accident, a crime, a bad decision that spiraled beyond repair. I never imagined that thousands of people simply stepped sideways out of ordinary life because remaining visible became harder than vanishing. I know because I became one of them. 7 years ago, I was a project manager for a logistics company in Chicago. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid well enough for a mortgage, decent vacations, and dinners where my wife and I could pretend we had everything figured out. My identity became wrapped around that job without me realizing it. Every introduction started with what I did. Every family gathering included questions about promotions, bonuses, and retirement plans. Success wasn't just encouraged where I grew up. It was expected. The restructuring happened on a Tuesday morning. Everyone from my department was called into a conference room that suddenly felt too cold. The executives used polished phrases about changing markets and operational efficiency. They thanked us for our contributions while security staff stood near the exits pretending not to listen. By lunchtime, my employee badge no longer worked. I walked to my car carrying a cardboard box that held 20 years of routine in the form of coffee mugs, framed photographs, and notebooks filled with plans that no longer mattered. I drove home. I almost pulled into the driveway. Instead, I kept going. I couldn't picture my wife's face when I told her. I couldn't picture my parents calling with sympathetic voices that would quietly transform into disappointment. Friends would ask what happened. Former co-workers would update LinkedIn profiles announcing exciting new opportunities while I struggled to answer simple questions. So I made another decision. The next morning, I left the house at the usual time, wearing the same pressed shirt and carrying the same laptop bag. My wife kissed me goodbye before leaving for her own office. I drove toward downtown, stopped in a commuter parking lot, reclined the driver's seat, and stayed there until 5 in the afternoon. Then I drove home. I said work had been busy. That became my life. Every weekday I left before sunrise, parked in different lots around the city, and spent entire days searching job listings on my phone. I attended interviews whenever I managed to schedule them, but each rejection made it harder to believe another opportunity existed. Companies wanted younger candidates. Others wanted someone with different software experience. A few simply disappeared after promising to call. Months passed. Our savings shrank faster than I admitted. I quietly liquidated an investment account before my wife noticed. When that money disappeared, I borrowed against my retirement fund. I became an expert at moving numbers between accounts, just long enough to hide the growing emptiness underneath. Every evening I described fictional meetings. Every Friday I invented new office gossip. Every Monday I complained about imaginary deadlines. The lies became more detailed, because simple lies attracted questions. Eventually my wife noticed that I seemed exhausted despite spending more time sitting behind a steering wheel than working. She suggested taking a vacation. I claimed the company couldn't spare me. One afternoon, my battery died while I sat in a grocery store parking lot pretending to answer emails. An older man parked beside me and asked whether I needed jumper cables. While we waited for the engine to recharge, he looked at me and smiled in a way that made me uncomfortable. "You commute here every day," he said. I laughed awkwardly and claimed he had mistaken me for someone else. He shrugged. No shame in hiding for a while. Then he drove away. The sentence stayed with me longer than it should have. Weeks later, I started noticing familiar faces in different parking lots across the city. A woman reading paperbacks inside the same minivan every afternoon. A man wearing a construction vest, although his boots never became dirty. Another man who spent entire mornings watching pigeons through a windshield covered in parking receipts. We never acknowledged one another. It felt like an unspoken agreement. Eventually I found temporary contract work that lasted 3 weeks. I celebrated privately because it allowed me to tell partial truths again. When the contract ended, I returned to my parked routine without telling anyone. The deception survived almost another year. Then our mortgage payment bounced. There was no clever explanation left. I drove farther from home than usual that morning because I couldn't bear returning after work with another excuse. I wandered unfamiliar neighborhoods until the glass towers gave way to forgotten industrial streets. The city looked different there, not abandoned, ignored. Entire blocks existed without attracting attention from people who lived only a few miles away. Buildings carried no recognizable business names. Streets curved beneath elevated rail lines before ending in clusters of warehouses converted into apartments without signs or advertisements. People walked with purpose but avoided eye contact. No one looked surprised to see strangers. I found a small diner tucked beneath an old brick overpass. Inside, conversation stopped just long enough for everyone to notice me before quietly continuing. An elderly woman poured coffee without asking what I wanted. "You look lost," she said. I admitted I was. Not geographically. She nodded as though she heard that answer every week. Before leaving, she drew a rough map on a napkin. It wasn't directions. It was a collection of landmarks that didn't appear on my phone. She circled one address. Someone there helps people who need to disappear. I folded the napkin into my pocket and laughed at myself for considering it, but I still drove there. The building had once been a textile warehouse. Now it contained dozens of narrow apartments assembled from temporary walls and salvaged furniture. People drifted through hallways carrying groceries, repair tools, and laundry baskets. No receptionist, no security desk, no questions. A middle-aged man eventually approached me after watching me stand awkwardly near the entrance. He asked only one thing: "Are you running from the law or from expectations?" I answered before thinking. "Expectations." He nodded. "Most people here are." That sentence unsettled me more than anything else I'd heard. Over the next several weeks, I kept returning. Nobody demanded paperwork. Nobody wanted resumes. People introduced themselves using first names that may or may not have been real. Former accountants fixed plumbing. Former teachers repaired bicycles. A man who once designed software now baked bread before sunrise every morning. No one asked about previous careers. Those identities had been intentionally abandoned. I eventually confessed everything to one resident named Victor. He listened quietly before explaining that researchers estimated countless people voluntarily vanished from official systems every year. Some left abusive situations, others escaped debt. Others simply reached a point where public failure felt impossible to survive. "You stop existing one document at a time," he told me. "You'd be surprised how easy it becomes." I still went home every evening. The double life became unbearable. One version of me lived inside carefully rehearsed conversations over dinner. Another version wandered forgotten neighborhoods where nobody cared about professional titles. The contrast made ordinary suburbia feel strangely artificial. Everyone seemed trapped performing success for everyone else. My wife finally confronted me. After discovering unopened bank notices hidden inside my trunk, there was no dramatic argument, no shouting, just silence. I admitted everything, every parked morning, every invented meeting, every disappearing dollar. She cried quietly while staring through the kitchen window. I expected anger. Instead, she looked confused, as though she couldn't understand how someone sitting across from her had become a complete stranger without ever leaving the house. She moved in with her sister the following week. The divorce paperwork arrived months later. I signed every page without contesting anything. After selling the house and paying what debts I could, almost nothing remained. Returning to corporate life felt impossible. Too much time had vanished. Too many bridges had quietly collapsed, so I drove back beneath the elevated tracks carrying 2 duffel bags and the last pieces of my previous identity. Nobody celebrated my arrival. Nobody judged it either. Life there followed simple rhythms. People shared repairs, meals, and information. They knew which clinics asked fewer questions, which employers paid cash, which abandoned buildings had recently become safe places to sleep before being converted into apartments. Official maps barely acknowledged the neighborhood. Delivery drivers rarely entered. Tourists never wandered there. Yet thousands of people lived ordinary lives inside streets most residents ignored completely. Years have passed. Occasionally, I ride trains into the financial district where I once hurried between meetings. I watch crowds flow through polished lobbies carrying expensive coffee and rehearsed confidence. Sometimes I recognize former coworkers. None recognize me. Without the tailored clothes, expensive haircut, and office badge, I became another anonymous face passing in the opposite direction. I understand now that disappearing rarely begins with walking into wilderness or crossing a border. Sometimes it starts with sitting inside a parked car, because telling the truth feels heavier than pretending everything is normal. The rest happens gradually until the person everyone remembers continues living only in records, while someone quieter survives in places the rest of the city never notices. I never expected the hardest part of keeping someone alive would be convincing the world they had quietly vanished. People assume disappearance begins in a forest, on a mountain trail, or along some empty highway where the map seems to lose its grip. My experience taught me something different. The most complete disappearances happen in neighborhoods full of porch lights, delivery trucks, and security cameras. That realization became the foundation of the company I built after surviving a period of my own life when someone refused to let me exist in peace. Years before I wore tailored suits and sat through board meetings, I spent months changing routines because someone had decided I belonged to them. They learned where I bought groceries. They found my temporary apartments. They sent letters addressed to places I had never publicly connected to my name. Every report I filed produced another case number and another polite promise that someone would look into it. Nothing changed. Eventually, the attention stopped. But not because the system protected me. It stopped because I disappeared before the person tracking me realized I had left. That experience stayed with me. When I finally had enough money and enough connections, I founded a private security company that specialized in something most people never imagined existed. We did not protect buildings. We protected identities. We erased routines. We broke predictable patterns until dangerous people found themselves chasing ghosts. Most of our clients came to us after exhausting every official option available: restraining orders, police reports, protective measures, emergency housing. Sometimes those tools worked. Sometimes they did not. The people who walked into my office had already learned the difference. We never promised miracles. We promised preparation. Every operation began with paperwork that looked painfully ordinary. Utility accounts closed. Banking habits shifted. Digital subscriptions quietly expired. Social media accounts stopped moving without dramatic announcements. We created harmless gaps in electronic records until the trail became inconsistent enough that anyone following it started making mistakes. The second phase involved red herring mailing addresses. We maintained legal mailing drops in different states through legitimate business services. They existed for one reason. Dangerous people often searched for tiny fragments of information and treated every discovery like confirmation. If someone believed they had uncovered a new address, they usually invested time following it. That bought us time somewhere else. Dummy contact profiles came next. Nothing illegal, nothing fraudulent. Simple professional listings that pointed curious people toward harmless dead ends. Old business emails that quietly forwarded into monitored archives. Phone numbers that accepted messages nobody would answer. Search engines hate empty spaces, give them enough harmless information, and they willingly bury the useful pieces underneath. The last phase was always physical. Night, minimal lighting, small teams, no marked vehicles, no predictable routes. The clients usually packed less than they expected. Everything important fit inside a few cases. Everything else could be replaced. The difficult part was convincing people to leave behind the objects they believed defined their lives. The photographs, the favorite chair, the coffee mug that had survived 3 apartments. Those things anchored people emotionally, but they also anchored investigators. The first operation that truly tested every part of our system involved a woman I'll call Hannah. She never looked frightened. She looked exhausted. There is a difference. Fear burns hot. Exhaustion settles into someone's posture until every movement seems carefully measured. She had spent almost 3 years changing apartments while someone continued finding her. New jobs lasted months before anonymous complaints appeared. New phone numbers somehow became old phone numbers. Every attempt to rebuild ended with another reminder that she was still visible. The authorities believed they lacked enough evidence for stronger intervention. She believed she was running out of time. By then, our company had completed dozens of successful relocations. But Hannah's situation carried one unusual complication. Whoever tracked her showed remarkable patience. Most obsessive people rush. This individual waited. They watched. They collected. They adapted. That meant we had to think several moves ahead. For nearly 6 weeks, Hannah appeared to continue her normal routine. She visited familiar stores. She drove familiar roads. She attended work. Her apartment lights turned on at expected hours. None of it reflected reality. Our surveillance teams handled the visible patterns, while Hannah quietly stayed inside a secure corporate apartment, registered under an unrelated business lease several miles away. The person watching her never realized they had begun following employees instead of the client. The apartment remained occupied. The schedule remained consistent. The illusion remained intact. Meanwhile, we dismantled everything connected to Hannah's actual identity. Financial records shifted. Employment transitioned through confidential corporate channels. Medical records transferred legally to providers near her future residence. New routines formed before the old ones officially disappeared. People imagine dramatic disguises when they hear stories like mine. Real success depends on boredom. Nobody notices another moving van. Nobody questions another contractor carrying sealed boxes through a side entrance. Nobody remembers another dark SUV leaving a parking garage after midnight. Normality hides better than secrecy ever could. Extraction night arrived during steady rain. I always preferred poor weather. Rain erased details. Wind scattered sounds. Few people stood outside watching traffic during storms. Our crew divided into separate vehicles. No convoy. No identical routes. No obvious destination. The apartment emptied in less than an hour. Furniture stayed. Decorations stayed. Clothes remained hanging inside closets. The place looked lived in because that appearance encouraged anyone checking later to believe the occupant would eventually return. Meanwhile, Hannah traveled inside an ordinary delivery van, surrounded by sealed storage containers that held everything she actually needed. Not expensive belongings, important documents, medical records, encrypted backups, family photographs, the quiet pieces of someone's identity. Halfway through the operation, one of our monitoring teams reported unfamiliar activity near the apartment complex. Nothing dramatic. One parked vehicle, engine running, lights off. The driver remained inside. We had prepared for that possibility. The crew exiting the building never approached our transport route. Instead, they loaded decoy containers into another truck scheduled to leave first. If someone followed it, they would spend hours chasing equipment that belonged to our company instead of our client. No confrontation happened. No dramatic pursuit unfolded. The parked vehicle eventually pulled away behind the wrong truck. That single decision probably saved weeks of uncertainty. By sunrise, Hannah officially lived somewhere hundreds of miles away, under carefully protected circumstances arranged entirely within the law. She found work through confidential corporate contacts. She rented housing without public exposure. She slowly built another routine. We continued monitoring for months. Nothing happened. The trail had broken. People often ask whether disappearances leave emotional scars. Absolutely. You cannot erase your visible life without mourning it. Birthdays become complicated. Old friendships fade, because reaching backward risks exposing the future. Even harmless conversations require caution. Some clients struggled with that isolation more than they expected. Others embraced the silence. Hannah surprised me. 6 months after the relocation, she sent a handwritten letter through one of our monitored mailing drops. She described buying groceries without checking over her shoulder. She described sitting beside a window inside a coffee shop. She described walking after sunset, simply because she wanted fresh air. Nothing extraordinary, everything priceless. Our company grew after stories like hers quietly circulated through attorneys, counselors, and victim advocates. We never advertised what we actually did. People found us because someone trusted someone else. Confidentiality became our strongest recommendation. Years passed. Technology evolved. Tracking methods became more sophisticated. So did our defenses. Data leaves fingerprints everywhere now. A loyalty card, a forgotten online account, an automatic location backup, a harmless photograph with background details. Every tiny fragment can connect to another. Most people never think about those connections. Dangerous people often do. That is why we evolved beyond moving trucks and secure apartments. Our analysts spent as much time untangling digital habits as our field crew spent relocating families. Sometimes deleting information attracted more attention than leaving it alone. Sometimes the safest solution involved planting harmless activity that encouraged trackers to follow the wrong assumptions. Every decision required patience. Every shortcut invited risk. Several years after Hannah's relocation, I attended a private conference where professionals discussed missing persons, search specialists, investigators, emergency coordinators, researchers. During a break, someone casually mentioned a phenomenon that fascinated the public. Stories about people who seemed to vanish without explanation. Entire discussions had grown around unexplained disappearances. Maps covered with mysterious cases. Endless speculation about impossible events. I listened without interrupting. When the conversation drifted toward theories, I quietly stepped away, not because I dismissed genuine mysteries, because I knew another category existed. Disappearances nobody would ever classify correctly. Disappearances built intentionally rather than accidentally. Disappearances designed not to create questions but to prevent funerals. The public rarely notices them, because success leaves almost nothing behind. Neighbors assume someone moved. Employers receive quiet resignations. Mail stops arriving. Accounts close. The trail simply ends. Missing, but not lost. Protected. There are moments when I drive through ordinary suburban streets after sunset and notice moving trucks back into garages with their cargo doors open beneath dim lights. Most belong to families chasing better jobs or larger homes. Occasionally, I recognize details most people overlook. The careful timing, the vehicles parked just far enough apart, the absence of unnecessary conversation, the deliberate efficiency. Those details remind me of nights spent helping strangers walk away from lives that had become prisons. Our work never appeared in headlines. because success meant nobody knew it happened. The clients did not become famous. Their stories remained private. That was always the goal. People sometimes imagine that disappearing means giving up everything. The truth is almost the opposite. Sometimes disappearing is the only way to keep the life you still have. I never expected the thing that saved 2 lives to have been built for mine. 5 years have passed since anyone found what was left of me. But my voice was already sitting inside a weatherproof case, long before the helicopter ever circled that valley. The investigators played that recording after they recovered it. My family heard it before they were told where my backpack had finally been found. The rescue crew heard it after they realized the enormous signal they spotted from the air had not been made by the people they had rescued. It had been made by me. I know how impossible that sounds, because I should have been impossible to find. I was traveling alone through an alpine section that wasn't marked on any tourist map, following an old route I'd copied from a survey notebook in a local museum. I liked forgotten trails more than popular ones. They were quieter, and most of the time they were still exactly as they had been decades earlier. That afternoon, the mountain was clear enough that I could see 3 ridgelines folding into each other like waves. Snow still clung to the highest shadows, even though summer had settled into the valleys below. The air was cold enough to keep insects away. It felt like the kind of place where nothing had changed in 100 years. I was wrong. The ground disappeared beneath me without warning. A section of rock sheared away under my weight, and I dropped farther than I can remember. My pack hit first. My shoulder struck the cliff after that. By the time I stopped sliding, I was lying on a narrow shelf with empty space below and an almost vertical wall above. The shelf wasn't wide enough to walk comfortably. One careless step meant another fall into a valley so dense with broken timber that I couldn't even see the bottom. I yelled until my throat burned. Nobody answered. I checked my gear. The radio had shattered. My phone had no signal. My climbing rope had been cut nearly in half by the rocks. I wasn't trapped inside a cave or buried underground. I could still see daylight. I could still see the sky. I simply couldn't climb back out. For the first day, I convinced myself somebody would notice I was overdue. The second day, I began rationing food. By the third, I started looking carefully at the cliff, searching for anything that might become a path. There wasn't one. The ledge stretched farther than I first realized, narrowing and widening as it followed the cliff face. Small trees had somehow rooted themselves against the rock over decades. Twisted pines leaned outward over the drop. That gave me an idea. If I couldn't climb up, maybe I could build something large enough for someone above to notice. The trees weren't huge, but they were dead enough to break with leverage and persistence. I dragged each trunk across the stone, inch by inch. It took nearly all the strength I had left. Every afternoon I worked. Every evening I collapsed. The signal grew slowly. I arranged the trunks into enormous letters across the only open section visible from above. Help! Each letter was taller than a house. From the ledge, I couldn't tell whether it looked obvious or pathetic. I only knew it was the only thing left I could do. Whenever I heard distant aircraft, I waved whatever bright clothing I still had. None of them came close enough. After another stretch of days, I stopped expecting rescue every morning. Hope became something that arrived briefly whenever I heard an engine, then disappeared again. I began recording short messages on a small handheld recorder I carried for hiking notes. At first I described my location, then my injuries. Eventually I started speaking simply because hearing another voice, even my own, made the silence easier. I explained where I had parked, what route I intended to take, where I believed the cliff was located. I apologized to my parents for traveling alone. I kept believing someone would eventually find the recorder, even if they never found me. The weather changed. Rain collected in shallow cracks, keeping me alive. Cold nights became harder. Food disappeared faster than I wanted to admit. I stopped looking toward the sky every hour. I looked only when I heard something. Sometimes I thought I heard voices drifting down through the trees. Whenever I answered, the mountains swallowed my words before they traveled very far. Eventually, I understood something that frightened me more than dying. People could pass within a few hundred yards above me without ever knowing I existed. The cliff concealed everything. The valley below was too thick to reveal anything from the ground. I occupied a space between both worlds, visible to neither. The last recording I made was during twilight. My voice sounded weaker than I remembered. I explained that I had finished the signal. I asked whoever found it not to remove it immediately. I remember saying that maybe someone else would need it someday. That thought wasn't hopeful. It was practical. Mountains don't stop trapping people simply because they trapped one already. After that, nobody knows exactly how long I survived. The medical examiner estimated weeks beyond my final recording. The weather eventually finished what hunger had started. 5 years passed. The signal remained. Wind knocked down smaller branches around it, but the larger trunk stayed locked together where I had wedged them between exposed stone. The letters actually became easier to recognize from above. Nobody flew directly over them until they did. The two hikers had wandered off an old route during unexpected fog. By the time visibility improved, they had descended into the wrong drainage. Darkness approached. They were exhausted. The rescue helicopter searched from above. While there was still enough light to distinguish movement among the trees, the crew never spotted the hikers first. They spotted my signal, a giant word built from timber lying against bare rock, where no natural pattern should have existed. The pilot circled immediately. The crew assumed the hikers had built it. Once they widened their search around the letters, they finally saw two people waving from an exposed section of the valley. Both were lifted out shortly before darkness swallowed the mountain. During interviews afterward, the hikers insisted they had never seen any giant wooden message. They denied building one because they honestly hadn't. The rescue crew assumed shock had affected their memories. Then investigators returned the next morning. The hikers had been found nearly half a mile from the cliff. There was no practical route between their location and the enormous signal, not in the time they had available. Curious search personnel climbed down from above using technical equipment. That's when they found my ledge, my shelter, my backpack, the recorder sealed inside a waterproof container. The remains weren't difficult to identify after dental records were compared with a missing person report that had gone cold 5 years earlier. The investigators measured the wooden letters from the air. The dimensions matched drag marks preserved beneath fallen needles and weathered debris around my camp. Every piece of timber bore the same age. Every broken stump nearby had weathered for approximately the same number of years. Nothing suggested recent construction. The signal had simply waited. Waiting turned out to be the only thing it ever had to do. The rescue report noted that fading evening light made unnatural straight lines easier to recognize against the surrounding forest. Had the helicopter arrived even half an hour later, the shadows likely would have hidden the letters completely. Had they arrived a day earlier, the search would have followed a different valley. Had the hikers become lost somewhere else, nobody would have flown directly over that cliff at all. My family eventually received the recorder. The final minutes were never released publicly. Only portions describing my location became part of the official case file. Investigators removed my belongings. They left the signal, not because they believed it possessed any special meaning, because dismantling it on that cliff would have required unnecessary risk. Satellite photographs still show faint lines where the letters once stood before weather slowly reclaimed them. Trees continue growing through the spaces between the logs. Snow covers them every winter. From the valley floor, nobody would ever know they were there. From above, under the right light, they reportedly remained visible for several more seasons. The rescue crew received commendations for locating the hikers before nightfall. The hikers recovered fully. My case was finally closed. The official explanation is simple. A stranded traveler built a distress signal that went unnoticed until years later, accidentally leading rescuers toward unrelated missing hikers. Nothing about that violates common sense. Nothing requires impossible explanations. Still, every time I think about the timing, I picture those massive letters waiting in silence through 5 winters, storms, falling branches, and empty skies. until the one evening arrived when someone finally looked down at exactly the right place. The message never reached the person who wrote it. It reached the people who needed it next. I was 8 years old when my mother let me ride ahead. It wasn't unusual. Everyone in our neighborhood knew everyone else. The sidewalks connected 3 different parks through a network of bike paths, and kids used them every day. My mother only stayed behind because she'd forgotten her phone charger. She told me to take my little ride-on scooter to Maple Park and wait by the swings. I'll be right behind you. Those were the last normal words I remember hearing. I remember pushing off down the sidewalk. The sun was warm. The air smelled like freshly cut grass, and somewhere someone was mowing a lawn. I waved to an older man watering flowers. He smiled back. Everything felt ordinary. That's why what happened next has never made sense. The first thing I noticed was how quiet everything became. Not gradually, instantly. The lawnmower stopped. The birds stopped. Even the distant traffic disappeared. I slowed my scooter because it felt like someone had stuffed cotton into my ears. My wheels rolled across the pavement without making a sound. Then I saw someone standing beside the trail. At least, I think it was someone. The figure stood perfectly still beneath a cluster of trees, too far away to make out a face. They wore something gray that blended with the trunks behind them. I couldn't tell if they were watching me or simply standing there. I looked away for only a second. When I looked back, nothing. They were gone. I remember feeling embarrassed for being scared. I kept riding. The next part comes to me in flashes. The trail seemed longer than I remembered. The park should have appeared after 2 turns. Instead, every corner looked unfamiliar. The playground wasn't there. The picnic tables weren't there. Just trees. Too many trees. Even though I knew there weren't woods anywhere near our neighborhood. I started calling for my mom. My voice sounded wrong, like someone else was speaking from very far away. Then I heard another voice answer. It sounded exactly like my mother's. Keep coming. It came from somewhere ahead. I hurried toward it. Every time I thought I was close, the voice moved farther away. Almost here. I never saw her. According to investigators, my mother reached Maple Park less than 4 minutes after I left home. I wasn't there. She searched the bathrooms, the playground, the walking trails, everywhere. Within an hour, police were searching every park within several miles. By evening, hundreds of volunteers had joined them. Dogs tracked my scent to the edge of one bicycle trail. Then, nothing. The trail simply ended, as though I'd vanished. The strangest discovery came the following morning. A cyclist riding through Riverside Park in the neighboring municipality found my scooter leaning against a bench. Riverside Park was nearly 5 miles away, separated by busy intersections, neighborhoods, and roads I had never crossed alone. No witnesses ever reported seeing me travel there. The scooter wasn't damaged. It looked as though someone had carefully parked it before walking away. Police searched Riverside Park for 3 days. Nothing. No footprints. No fingerprints. No surveillance footage. Just questions. The newspapers called it an abduction. That explanation satisfied most people. It didn't satisfy the investigators. Apparently, abductors don't usually transport children's toys separately before disappearing without leaving evidence. Days passed. Then another volunteer found one of my socks. It lay beside a narrow footpath almost 2 miles from where the scooter had been recovered. It wasn't muddy. It wasn't torn. It looked freshly washed. 3 days later, my shoes were discovered, both of them standing side by side, perfectly aligned, near the riverbank. The strange part wasn't only their condition, it was me. Everyone who knew me agreed on one thing. I hated taking my shoes off outside. My mother said I would scream if wet grass touched my feet. Yet there they were, clean, dry, placed together as neatly as if someone had measured the distance between them. No footprints surrounded them, only damp soil. Police searched the river immediately. Nothing. The current should have carried evidence downstream. It didn't. Weeks passed, then a typhoon hit. The river swelled into something violent. Trees collapsed, bridges closed, entire sections of shoreline disappeared beneath floodwater. When the water finally receded, search crews found me. Miles downstream, the official report ruled it a drowning. That was the end of the investigation, for everyone except the people who worked the search. Years later, one volunteer admitted something he'd never included in his statement. He said every search dog refused to approach the place where my shoes had been found. Not one. Every single one. Another volunteer claimed he repeatedly heard a little girl laughing somewhere inside the trees. Whenever teams followed the sound, it stopped, always just ahead. The cyclist who discovered my scooter stopped riding that trail altogether. He later confessed that when he first saw it, he also noticed someone standing among the trees, watching him. He assumed it was another park visitor. When he looked down to inspect the scooter and glanced back, the person had vanished. Investigators dismissed those accounts. Stress, fatigue, false memories. Maybe they were right. Maybe there was an ordinary explanation buried somewhere beneath impossible timing, impossible distances, and evidence that seemed deliberately arranged instead of abandoned. Maybe someone carried me. Maybe the river eventually claimed me after everything else had already happened. Or maybe there are places where familiar paths stop belonging to us for just long enough that something else can borrow them. Whenever I think back to that morning, one memory refuses to fade. It isn't the silence. It isn't the voice. It isn't the figure beneath the trees. It's the overwhelming certainty I felt when I heard my mother call my name. I never questioned why she sounded so far away. I never wondered why I couldn't see her. I simply believed that if I kept following that voice, I'd find my way home. I still remember the way the morning looked, because nothing about it felt unusual. The air was cool enough that our breath lingered for a moment when we spoke outside the cabins, and a light layer of mist rested over the pond at the edge of the campground. I had worked with children who needed extra support for years, and routines were everything. We checked medications, we checked attendance, we checked shoelaces, backpacks, water bottles, and emergency contacts. Every detail mattered because one mistake could become something much larger. I believed that morning would be remembered for the nature walk we had planned. Instead, it became the dividing line between the life I had before and the one I have lived ever since. The campground was isolated but familiar. It had been used for school programs for decades. The hiking path we followed formed a simple loop that eventually led back to the same clearing where we started. On one side were steep wooded slopes that dropped toward narrow streams. On the other side stood rocky cliffs overlooking dark water that reflected almost nothing in the early light. The trail itself was well maintained. There were fences near the dangerous overlooks, wooden signs marking every junction, and only one way to complete the circuit without climbing over barriers or leaving the path. I was responsible for a small group of students with varying developmental needs. One little girl required constant supervision because of significant physical and cognitive limitations. She tired easily, she struggled to keep pace with the others. She understood simple directions but became confused whenever routines changed. Every adult involved in the trip knew she could never safely wander off by herself. That fact has never left me. We started the walk just after sunrise. The children stayed together at first. They pointed at birds moving between the trees and laughed whenever squirrels darted across the trail. Volunteers spread themselves throughout the line, making sure no one became separated. I stayed toward the rear because I knew who would need the most encouragement. For the first part of the trail, everything happened exactly as planned. Eventually, the path curved around a section of dense pines where the morning fog hung lower than everywhere else. Visibility wasn't terrible, but the trees blocked long views ahead. The group naturally stretched out as faster walkers reached the next bend. The little girl slowed. She always did. I shortened my pace to stay near her while another staff member moved ahead with the rest of the students. She smiled when she noticed a patch of wildflowers growing beside the trail. and paused for only a moment. I remember looking ahead. I remember seeing the backs of the other children no more than a short distance away. I remember turning to make sure she was still behind me. She was. Someone farther ahead called back that the group was stopping at the next signpost. I answered without raising my voice because everyone was close enough to hear. Then I looked forward again for what couldn't have been more than a few seconds. When I glanced back, she wasn't there. At first I assumed she had simply stopped again. I stepped backward, expecting to see her standing beside the flowers. The trail behind me was empty. I called her name. Nothing. I walked faster toward the previous bend. Still nothing. The path curved gently through open woods. There was nowhere a child could disappear in only a few seconds without making noise. I searched both sides of the trail. The undergrowth was thick enough that walking through it required pushing branches aside. Yet I saw no movement and heard no rustling. Another supervisor noticed my expression before I even spoke. Within moments, every adult began retracing sections of the loop. The children were gathered together while staff counted them again. One name was missing. The campground immediately went into emergency procedures. Every exit was closed. Vehicles were stopped from leaving. Local responders arrived far more quickly than I expected, because the campground had emergency access roads leading directly to the ranger station. Search teams formed almost immediately. At first, everyone believed she had wandered only a short distance. No one imagined what was coming. They searched every foot of the trail before expanding into the surrounding woods. They checked beneath bridges crossing narrow streams. They examined the shoreline below the cliffs. They searched the cabins, maintenance buildings, storage sheds, restrooms, every place a frightened child might hide. Nothing. Hours passed. Helicopters arrived. Volunteers lined up shoulder to shoulder, carefully moving through the forest. The terrain was difficult, but not impossible. Fallen logs slowed everyone, and steep slopes demanded caution, but there were no impossible barriers between where she disappeared and where searchers stood only minutes later. One experienced tracker explained that children almost always leave something behind. A footprint, a broken branch, a piece of clothing, something. There was nothing. Not one clear footprint left the trail. No torn fabric caught on briars. No dropped shoe. No backpack. Not even disturbed leaves leading away from the path. The ground itself seemed unwilling to admit anyone had stepped off it. Investigators questioned every adult repeatedly. They measured timelines, compared statements, walked the route over and over. Each reconstruction produced the same impossible gap. She had been present, then she wasn't. The distance between those two moments was unbelievably small. Search dogs were brought in before the scent grew old. Handlers walked them carefully along the trail. The dogs showed interest where the girl had last been seen. Then the trail simply ended. Not gradually, not because another scent crossed it. It stopped. Handlers tried again from different angles. The result never changed. Months later, I overheard one of them quietly admit he had never experienced anything like it. The volunteers kept returning, week after week. Entire weekends disappeared into organized searches. Some people came because they had children of their own. Others came because they couldn't stand the thought of giving up. The woods changed with the seasons. Leaves fell, rain washed across the hillsides, streams rose and fell, yet nothing appeared. The investigation widened beyond the campground. Nearby roads were reviewed, drivers were interviewed, residents living miles away answered questions. Nothing connected, nothing explained how a child with serious physical limitations could leave a monitored group, avoid every search line, bypass every roadblock, and leave absolutely no trace. The girl's parents came back several times. I saw them standing quietly near the trailhead after most volunteers had already gone home. They looked at the entrance as if waiting for someone to come walking out of the trees. There was never anyone there. I carried guilt that settled into every part of my life. People told me it wasn't my fault. Investigators told me the timeline made no sense. Friends reminded me I had followed procedure. None of that mattered. I had looked away, only briefly, long enough for a life to disappear. Years have passed since that morning, but I still return to the campground occasionally. The loop trail remains open, Families walk it without knowing why certain older staff become unusually quiet near one particular curve beneath the pine trees. The flowers still grow there every spring. The fences remain in place. The cliffs still overlook the same still water. Everything appears ordinary. Sometimes I walk the entire loop alone before sunrise. I stop where she was last behind me. I look ahead toward the bend where the others waited. Then I look back. Every single time I expect to see a small figure standing quietly on the path where I last remember her. Every single time there is only an empty trail disappearing between silent trees, with no footprints, no answers, and no explanation waiting for anyone. I have spent most of my life in the mountains, and I have learned that they rarely make dramatic mistakes. People do. That is why I always filed a climbing notification before setting out, even for routes I had completed several times before. Friends joke that I treated every hike like a military operation. I accepted the joke because discipline had kept me alive for decades. The only thing I never expected was that the mountain itself could erase every familiar landmark in the middle of the day. My companion and I left shortly after midday from a well-used trail that crossed a series of alpine ridges before descending toward a small village on the opposite side. We were both experienced hikers, although I had nearly 20 years on him. Age had slowed my pace but sharpened my judgment. My pack always contained more food than I thought I would need. Spare clothing, waterproof matches, a first aid kit, and an emergency blanket. Extra weight never bothered me as much as unnecessary risk. The morning had been unusually clear. From the highest ridge we could see layer after layer of mountains fading into blue distance. The air was cool enough to stay comfortable, and visibility stretched for miles. Nothing hinted that conditions would change so completely before we started down. We paused for lunch near the summit, and watched thin strands of cloud gathering below us. That was not unusual. Mountain weather shifted constantly. We expected the fog to drift through one valley while we descended another. Instead, it climbed straight toward us. Within minutes, the ridgeline disappeared behind a white wall. Rocks that had been 20 yards away faded into pale shapes before vanishing altogether. Trees became dark shadows floating in blank space. The trail beneath our boots dissolved until we were following memory instead of sight. We stopped immediately. Standing still felt safer than wandering blindly. We checked our map and compass, but the terrain offered almost no reliable reference once everything beyond a few feet disappeared. We waited, expecting the fog to thin. It only grew thicker. Every direction looked identical. We continued cautiously, staying close enough to touch each other's packs if necessary. The descent should have been simple, but after an hour, nothing matched the map. The slope seemed wrong. The rocks looked unfamiliar. Small landmarks I had relied upon for years simply failed to appear. We backtracked several times without recognizing where we had been. That was the first moment I admitted we were truly lost. Panic serves no purpose in the wilderness. I had repeated that sentence to younger hikers countless times. Now I repeated it to myself. We stopped moving again. I checked our remaining supplies with deliberate care. We had several snack bars, dried fruit, bottled water, water purification tablets, spare clothing, and enough equipment to survive if we stayed calm. Wandering until dark would only waste energy. Then we heard water. It was faint at first, hidden beneath the silence created by the fog. But eventually we located a narrow stream flowing between scattered rocks. Water meant we could refill our bottles indefinitely. Better still, the stream led us to a weathered emergency shelter marked on older versions of the trail map. Finding it took longer than it should have. The shelter emerged suddenly through the fog. No more than a small wooden structure with a slanted roof and rough benches inside. It looked abandoned except for old maintenance supplies stacked neatly in one corner. I have never been happier to see an ordinary building. The decision was immediate. We would stay. The shelter blocked the wind, and nearby trees provided enough dead branches for careful fires outside the entrance whenever the weather allowed. We avoided burning through all available wood too quickly, collecting small amounts whenever visibility briefly improved. Our snacks became carefully measured meals. Every bite had a purpose. Every sip of water was planned. Even though the stream flowed constantly, time became difficult to judge. Morning and evening blended together behind the endless gray sky. Sometimes the fog thinned enough to reveal nearby trees before closing again like a curtain. Other times it became so dense that even standing outside the shelter felt disorienting. We expected someone to come looking. The climbing notification I had filed included our route, departure time, and expected return. When we failed to check out, somebody would notice, believing that made patience easier. The days passed slowly. We talked less as time went on, saving energy and focusing on practical tasks instead. We kept clothing dry whenever possible. We monitored the weather. We searched carefully around the shelter whenever visibility allowed, but never ventured far enough to lose sight of it. That discipline mattered. More than once I thought I recognized an opening in the fog that resembled the descending trail. Every instinct urged me to investigate. Every lesson learned through decades of hiking reminded me that false confidence kills people, so we stayed. Around the middle of our ordeal, my companion began struggling physically. The cold nights, reduced food, and constant stress wore him down faster than either of us expected. His legs cramped frequently, his balance worsened. Even short walks to collect firewood exhausted him. I adjusted our routine immediately. He rested while I gathered wood. He stayed warm while I purified water. He conserved strength while I watched the changing weather. I could see the frustration in his face whenever he tried standing. He hated depending on me. I reminded him that surviving together mattered more than pride. Eventually, he admitted he could no longer manage a long hike if an opportunity appeared. That forced us into the hardest decision of the entire experience. If conditions improved enough to attempt reaching higher ground for a communication signal, only one of us would go. Neither option felt safe. Leaving him alone carried obvious risks. Keeping both of us inside the shelter indefinitely carried different ones. The fog finally lifted just enough on what I estimated was the 10th morning. Not completely, only enough to reveal distant slopes through shifting patches of white. I studied the terrain carefully before making my decision. A higher ridge stood above the shelter. If I reached it, there was at least a chance my emergency device or phone might detect a wireless signal. I left most of the remaining food with my companion. The shelter already contained water, dry clothing, and firewood. I explained exactly where I intended to go, and promised that if I found no signal before conditions worsened, I would return immediately. Walking away from that shelter remains one of the hardest things I have ever done. The climb demanded every remaining bit of strength I had. Loose rocks shifted beneath my boots. Patches of fog continued drifting across the slope without warning. More than once I questioned whether I had chosen the correct direction. Then my phone vibrated. 1 bar. It disappeared almost immediately. I climbed higher. Another vibration. This time the signal stayed long enough to send an emergency message containing our GPS location before fading again. I remained in that spot, holding the phone above my head like a fool, repeating the transmission whenever another weak signal appeared. Eventually a confirmation arrived. Someone had received it. Relief nearly buckled my knees. I returned to the shelter as quickly as I safely could. My companion looked exhausted but awake. We shared the remaining food without saying much. There was nothing left to discuss except waiting. The rescue helicopters arrived the following day. Long before we saw them, we heard the steady sound of rotor blades echoing across the ridges. The noise drifted in and out as the fog shifted, making it difficult to judge distance. But eventually bright colors appeared overhead. The rescue teams landed where terrain allowed and reached the shelter on foot. One of the rescuers later told me that my climbing notification had started the search almost immediately after we failed to return. Search teams had spent days working through impossible visibility. Without that report, they might never have concentrated on our section of the mountain. People have asked whether I experienced anything mysterious during those 10 days. They expect stories about strange voices or unexplained figures hidden inside the fog. I disappoint them every time. The mountain did not haunt us. It simply removed our ability to know where we were. Dense fog turned familiar ground into a maze. and survival depended on ordinary decisions made one after another without panic. We found shelter because we stopped moving long enough to think clearly. We stayed alive because we managed food carefully, kept warm, and refused to gamble on blind hope. We were rescued because someone knew where we intended to be before we ever left home. Whenever I pack for another hike, I still file the same notification. Even on trails I could probably walk with my eyes closed. Every time I zip my backpack shut, I remember that white wall swallowing an entire mountain before midday, and how close simple confusion came to becoming something permanent. I still remember the sound my boots made on the frozen shoreline that morning, because it was the last ordinary thing I can honestly place in my own memory. The lake had frozen hard enough that people had been walking sections of it for weeks, though everyone knew the shelf ice along the outer edge could change without warning. I was 22, studying environmental history at a university a few hours away, and I had developed the habit of escaping to quiet places whenever classes became overwhelming. Winter beaches were empty. The wind erased footprints almost as quickly as people made them. I liked that feeling of being somewhere forgotten. I parked near a public access point just after sunrise, pulled my backpack over one shoulder, and started walking across the broad white surface that stretched toward the distant shoreline. My camera, notebook, and lunch stayed inside the pack. I remember planning to spend the day photographing pressure ridges and strange ice formations before heading back to campus. Everything after that should have been simple. Instead, there is nothing. The next memory I possess belongs to another season entirely. For 15 months, my life belongs to other people. The official story began with what search crews found later that afternoon. My backpack sat on the ice beside a folding camp stool. My gloves rested neatly beside it. My camera remained inside the pack. My notebook was closed as though I had intended to return within minutes. My footprints crossed the frozen surface, then they stopped. Not gradually, not where the ice had obviously broken. They simply ended in the middle of an enormous stretch of shelf ice. Search crews spent days dragging nearby water after warmer temperatures weakened the surface. Divers entered dangerous conditions believing I had fallen through an unseen crack. Aircraft searched surrounding forests in case I had wandered away suffering from exposure. Nothing. The conclusion everyone accepted seemed obvious. I had drowned. My roommates emptied my apartment months later. My parents held a memorial without a body. Professors spoke kindly about me during the following semester. Friends graduated while my name slowly disappeared from conversations. Meanwhile, according to evidence I still cannot explain, I remained alive. I know this only because investigators later reconstructed fragments of those missing months. Receipts surfaced in several states. Transit passes had been used. A motel employee believed he recognized my photograph. Security cameras occasionally captured someone who looked exactly like me. Always alone, always moving, the images showed me carrying the same backpack that had supposedly been abandoned on the frozen lake. That part has never made sense. The backpack recovered from the ice had been photographed, cataloged, and eventually released to my family. The backpack found with me 15 months later was the same model but not the same bag. It contained maps, dozens of them, road atlases with handwritten routes, folded state maps covered in circles and arrows, fuel receipts from places I have never consciously visited, train tickets, bus transfers, small souvenirs from roadside attractions that meant absolutely nothing to me. Whoever filled that backpack had crossed thousands of miles. According to those maps, I had traveled through forests, deserts, mountain towns, coastlines, and cities. None of it exists inside my head. My awareness returned on a cool spring afternoon. I woke lying in tall grass beneath a cloudy sky. At first I thought I had fallen asleep during a picnic. Then I noticed the trees were unfamiliar. The air smelled different from home, warmer somehow. My clothes were worn almost beyond recognition. My beard had grown far longer than I had ever allowed it. My backpack rested beside me when I checked my wallet. My student identification was still inside. The date on a nearby newspaper someone had discarded made no sense. I assumed I had picked up an old paper until I found another. Both carried the same month, the same year. 15 months after I had walked onto the frozen lake, I wandered toward a nearby road in complete confusion. Drivers looked at me cautiously before someone finally stopped. They asked whether I needed medical attention. I answered honestly. I told them I couldn't remember how I had gotten there. The nearest town was hundreds of miles from the lake. Eventually, police became involved. At first, they assumed I was intoxicated or suffering from a head injury. Then, someone ran my identification. Everything changed. One officer stepped outside the room without saying anything. When he returned, he stared at me as though I had climbed out of a grave. He explained that I had been listed as missing for over a year. I laughed because I thought he was mistaken. Then he turned a computer monitor toward me. My own missing person photograph filled the screen. The interview that followed lasted hours. Every question had the same answer. I didn't know. Where had I slept? I didn't know. How had I traveled? I didn't know. Who had been with me? I didn't know. What happened on the lake? I didn't know. Doctors examined me from every angle. Aside from weight loss, healed scratches, and muscles that suggested months of constant walking, I appeared healthy. There were no major injuries, no signs of prolonged illness, no evidence explaining why 15 months had disappeared. When my parents arrived, I recognized them instantly. I remembered my childhood. I remembered college. I remembered my roommates. I remembered exams, birthdays, vacations, ordinary conversations. The only missing section began with my boots crossing the frozen lake. Everything afterward remained blank. Until I opened my eyes in that meadow. The investigators eventually returned the backpack found beside me. I spent days spreading its contents across my parents' dining room table. Every map contained marks in the same handwriting I had used throughout college. I recognized the letters. They were mine. Certain towns had stars drawn beside them. Some roads were crossed out. Others had notes in the margins. One simply read, "Don't stay after dark." I have no memory of writing it. Another said, "Wrong direction." No destination was listed. Several pages had dates. Those dates covered the entire 15-month period. I studied them until my eyes hurt. Nothing surfaced. A private investigator contacted my family several weeks later. He specialized in unusual disappearances and wanted permission to examine everything connected with my case. By then, journalists had already begun calling. Most wanted a miracle story. Others wanted evidence that I had invented the entire disappearance. The investigator asked different questions. He cared about details. He wanted weather reports, search maps, photographs of the shelf ice. He visited the exact place where my footprints had ended. He measured distances himself. Months later, he admitted something that has stayed with me. He said the search records bothered him because they described the same impossible detail again and again. The footprints did not scatter. They did not double back. There were no signs of running, no evidence of another person, no break in the ice, no indication I had fallen. The prints simply stopped. He never claimed anything supernatural. Neither do I. He only admitted that he could not reconcile the physical evidence with any ordinary explanation. Neither can I. Life after returning proved stranger than disappearing. People expected dramatic memories to emerge. They never did. Sometimes I would wake convinced I had almost remembered something important. Within seconds, the feeling dissolved, leaving only frustration. I tried visiting places marked on the maps. Nothing. I listened to recordings of train stations from cities I supposedly crossed. Nothing. I smelled desert rain during one trip because someone suggested scents might unlock memory. Nothing. It felt less like forgetting and more like those months had never been recorded inside my mind at all. One strange detail still troubles me. The soles of my boots showed patterns of wear consistent with thousands of miles of walking. A specialist estimated I had covered remarkable distances on foot, yet my feet carried almost no lasting damage. No old fractures, no chronic injuries, just calluses that gradually disappeared during the months after I came home, as if my body had adapted while my memory refused. One of my former roommates confessed something years later. After everyone accepted that I had drowned, He occasionally dreamed I would knock on the apartment door carrying my backpack. He said the dream always ended before I spoke. When I actually returned, he nearly fainted because I was standing exactly the way he remembered from those dreams. He apologized immediately, embarrassed by the story. I never told him that I had experienced something similar after coming home. Not dreams exactly, more like flashes. I would pass someone in a grocery store or hear a distant train horn and suddenly feel certain I was about to remember everything. Instead, the sensation vanished before any image appeared. Years have passed. An author eventually included my disappearance in a book examining unexplained missing person cases. He interviewed me several times. I appreciated that he never tried to force an explanation. He presented the facts exactly as they existed. A young student walked onto frozen shelf ice during winter. His belongings suggested an accidental drowning. Searchers found footprints ending without an obvious conclusion. 15 months later, the student awakened alive in another state, carrying evidence of extensive travel but possessing no memory of surviving. Those facts remain true. Everything else is speculation. People still write to me. Some insist I suffered an unusual medical condition. Others believe trauma erased everything. Some are convinced someone kept me alive. Others think I invented the blank space for attention despite the overwhelming records proving otherwise. I cannot argue with any of them because I have nothing to offer beyond the same unanswered questions. The maps remain sealed inside a storage box in my house. Every few years I unfold them again. The ink has faded slightly. The circles still connect impossible distances. Sometimes I trace one route with my finger and wait for recognition that never arrives. The strangest part isn't losing 15 months. It's knowing that somewhere between a frozen shoreline and a spring meadow, another version of me kept moving through the world, making decisions, choosing roads, buying maps, and finding reasons to mark them. Whoever that person was, he carried my face, wrote with my hand, and eventually left me lying in an unfamiliar field with no explanation except the silent evidence packed carefully inside a weathered backpack. I have spent most of my life in the woods, and I learned a long time ago that getting lost is usually a choice people make long before they realize they've made it. That belief stayed with me through decades of hunting every fall, through storms that rolled over ridges without warning, and mornings when frost froze the tops of my boots before sunrise. It stayed with me until the day I stepped into a stretch of wetland I thought I understood, carrying nothing but my rifle, a pocket knife, and the confidence that experience could solve every problem. The marsh sat beside an inland lake I had hunted for years. It wasn't famous, and that was part of the appeal. Thick stands of alder and willow grew around patches of open water. Small game and deer often crossed narrow strips of higher ground between the bogs. My hunting partner and I had worked those trails enough times to know where animals usually broke cover. By midday, we hadn't seen much movement. The sky had already changed from pale gray to the darker color that always seemed to flatten the whole landscape. Rain drifted across the water in fine sheets. It wasn't enough to worry either of us. Weather forecasts had mentioned rain, nothing more. We stopped near a patch of cattails where several game trails disappeared into dense brush. I suggested separating for a while. The plan was simple. I would circle through the thicker section of the bog and push anything hiding there toward him, while he waited along a narrow opening where animals usually emerged. We had done variations of that plan before. I left my backpack leaning against a dead tree because I expected to be gone only a short time. My emergency blanket, flashlight, extra gloves, matches, and whistle stayed inside it. I carried only what I thought I needed for a quick walk through tangled brush. The first 100 yards felt familiar. The ground bounced beneath my boots with every step. Pools of dark water reflected the overcast sky between clumps of moss. Fallen trees forced me to zigzag through narrow openings. Every direction looked almost identical. I noticed the rain becoming colder. At first it simply soaked my jacket. Then it started stinging my face. I figured I had drifted farther east than I intended, so I corrected my course toward where I believed my partner should be waiting. Instead of reaching the opening, I found another stretch of flooded brush. I stopped. Hunters rarely admit how quickly confidence can disappear. I turned around, expecting my own footprints to guide me back, but standing water had already erased most of them. The moss compressed under my boots and slowly expanded again, until there was almost no sign I had passed through. I listened. Nothing. No movement. No distant voice. Only rain hitting dead reeds. I walked faster. The bog seemed to stretch without ending. Every cluster of trees looked exactly like the last one. Small pools connected into larger pools, until the ground itself stopped making sense. My phone still had service. I called my hunting partner. It rang. No answer. I assumed he couldn't hear it over the weather. I tried again several minutes later. Still nothing. I kept moving, convinced I would eventually intersect one of the game trails. Instead, I found another patch of standing water that I could have sworn I had already crossed. The rain thickened. By late afternoon, it had become freezing rain. Ice began forming along branches and coating the tops of dead grass. Every step grew more dangerous as slick mud turned into frozen slush. I finally admitted to myself that I was lost. That realization changed everything. The woods no longer looked familiar. Every decision suddenly carried weight. I called again. No answer. I left a voicemail explaining I had become turned around and needed him to start yelling, or fire a shot if he heard this. Nothing answered except wind. Darkness arrived earlier than I expected, because heavy clouds swallowed what little daylight remained. The temperature dropped so quickly it felt impossible. Rain became wet snow. Large flakes mixed with freezing pellets that bounced off my sleeves before melting into icy water. Within an hour, my clothes were completely soaked. Without my backpack, I had no dry layers, no fire starter, no flashlight, no whistle. I kept the phone in my pocket to preserve battery and walked toward what I believed was the shoreline. Several times I heard water ahead of me. Each time I pushed through brush expecting the lake. Each time I found another flooded section of marsh, my hands began losing feeling. Simple tasks became strangely difficult. I had to stare at my fingers before pressing the buttons on my phone, because they no longer seemed connected to me. I called again, then again. The outgoing calls appeared one after another in the log. No one answered. I started talking aloud just to hear another human voice. The words sounded flat in the freezing air. I tried following the wind, thinking it might carry sounds from the road. Instead, it shifted repeatedly, swirling through the reeds until I couldn't judge direction anymore. Snow covered every patch of exposed ground. The little details I relied on during daylight disappeared beneath white. Tree trunks blended together. Brush became walls. Open water hid beneath thin layers of ice that cracked whenever I stepped too close. More than once, I broke through to my knees. Each time, the freezing water stole more strength from my legs. I climbed back onto solid ground and kept moving because standing still felt worse. Hours passed. The phone became my only connection to anyone. I called family members after realizing my partner would probably already be searching somewhere else. I left another message. I explained where I thought I might be, though even while speaking, I knew the description probably wasn't accurate anymore. The battery percentage kept falling. The screen dimmed from the cold. I tucked it inside my jacket to keep it warm enough to work. The snow intensified. Wind drove it sideways across the marsh until visibility shrank to only a short distance. The landscape vanished into white and black shapes. Several times I believed I saw lights. Every time they disappeared before I reached them. I don't know if they were reflections, distant houses hidden behind trees, or simply my eyes struggling against exhaustion. Walking became slower, not because I wanted to stop, because my body stopped responding the way I expected. My thoughts drifted. I caught myself forgetting why I had chosen one direction over another. I would push through brush for several minutes before realizing I no longer remembered what I had been aiming toward. The cold didn't feel sharp anymore. It became strangely quiet, almost comfortable. That frightened me more than anything else. I forced myself to keep moving. I made another call. The phone connected long enough to ring before cutting off. Battery nearly gone. I stared at the dark screen after it shut down. The silence that followed felt enormous. No electronic glow. No clock. No map, nothing but snow falling across frozen reeds. I continued walking because there was nothing else to do. The marsh never ended. Every opening led into another stand of brush. Every stand of brush opened into another flooded clearing. Experience no longer mattered. Memory no longer mattered. The place had become nothing but cold, distance, and uncertainty. Search crews later told my family that the weather changed faster than anyone expected. Freezing rain turned trails into ice before they could organize a proper search. Fresh snow buried tracks almost immediately. The bog itself trapped vehicles and slowed people on foot. Deputies, volunteers, and relatives spent days working through ground that swallowed boots and erased every sign left behind. The phone records showed I kept trying to reach people for hours after I disappeared. Those calls became the last confirmed evidence anyone had of where I was. No camp, no gear, no signal fire, nothing that marked a final resting place. Just a series of unanswered calls fading into a winter night over a frozen wetland, until eventually even the phone fell silent. I stopped hunting alone after the day my father vanished, but not because I suddenly lost my nerve. I stopped because I spent years walking every foot of the same stretch of timber where he disappeared, and by the end I no longer trusted what I understood about that place. I had grown up following him through those woods. Every game trail, every shallow creek crossing, every old logging road had been part of my childhood. People always assume someone gets lost because they wander somewhere unfamiliar. My father disappeared in the one place he knew better than anyone else. He was 73 that fall, lean, stubborn, and still more capable than men half his age. Hunting wasn't a hobby to him, it was routine. He had hunted the same low ridges every season for decades. He could tell where he was by the shape of a hill or the bend of a stream. Without looking at a map, the camp sat less than a mile from where he planned to spend the afternoon. He left after lunch carrying his old rifle, a small backpack, extra gloves, and enough supplies to stay comfortable until dark, if he wanted to wait for deer movement near dusk. He smiled before walking into the trees the way he always did, never looking back because there had never been a reason to. The weather forecast called for light snow overnight. Instead, the mountain produced something entirely different. The wind arrived first. Branches began knocking together so hard they sounded like distant hammer blows. The temperature collapsed within an hour. Then the snow came sideways, thick enough that the tree line disappeared beyond a few yards. We expected him to return before sunset. When darkness came, we lit lanterns around camp. By midnight, we were driving the logging roads, stopping every few minutes to call his name. The storm swallowed every sound. Search teams assembled before daylight despite the weather. Volunteers from nearby towns joined experienced trackers. The sheriff coordinated grid searches while conservation officers brought dogs as soon as conditions allowed. The snow had erased everything. There wasn't a single boot print leading away from his expected route. No drag marks, no blood, nothing. It looked as though no one had entered those woods at all. People kept suggesting possibilities, because silence makes people uncomfortable. Maybe he had suffered a medical emergency. Maybe he had followed wounded game farther than intended. Maybe he had slipped into one of the creeks beneath the snow. Every possibility sounded reasonable until searchers eliminated it. They covered the drainage. They checked abandoned structures. They searched ravines that would have trapped anyone who fell. Helicopters flew as soon as visibility improved. Nothing. Days became weeks. The official search ended. Our family kept looking. I returned nearly every weekend through winter and spring, walking routes my father had shown me since I was old enough to carry binoculars instead of a rifle. Every fallen log reminded me of him. Every clearing felt familiar enough that I expected to see him sitting against a tree, irritated that everyone had overreacted. Instead, the forest stayed empty. The hardest part wasn't accepting he was gone. It was accepting there wasn't a single clue explaining how. Months later, another volunteer search was organized after snowmelt exposed ground. that had been buried all winter. Someone called my phone while I was driving. They had found something. The location sat inside an area that had already been searched repeatedly. Not once, repeatedly. I parked beside several sheriff vehicles and walked through the woods until I saw everyone standing quietly around a large pine. Nobody spoke immediately. They simply stepped aside. At the base of the tree lay my father's backpack. Next to it rested his folded hunting jacket. His gloves sat neatly together. His hat had been placed on top. Everything looked clean, not freshly washed, just clean. Months of weather should have stained the fabric, faded the colors, or left signs of decay. Instead, every item looked strangely preserved. The backpack contained exactly what we expected: extra ammunition, a flashlight, his lunch container. Nothing suggested panic, nothing suggested injury. The sheriff photographed everything before anyone touched it. Investigators searched the surrounding ground inch by inch. No remains, no torn clothing, no scattered belongings, no evidence of scavengers. The arrangement bothered every experienced searcher present. Hunters lose equipment all the time. People don't usually place it carefully together beneath a tree. One investigator quietly asked whether another family member might have found the items earlier and returned them. No one had. Besides, dozens of volunteers had already walked through that exact patch during previous searches. If those items had been there, someone would have seen them. I stood there longer than anyone else after the evidence team finished. The pine itself wasn't remarkable. No hidden cave, no hollow trunk, just an ordinary tree standing among dozens like it. I kept trying to imagine my father removing each item one at a time and placing them neatly on the ground. Nothing about him fit that picture. If he had been cold enough to remove his backpack, he certainly wouldn't have left without it. If he had decided to rest, why leave everything behind? If someone else arranged the gear, why leave nothing else? Legal authorities eventually concluded the items could not establish what had happened. The investigation remained open. Life moved forward because it always does. The camp stopped being used. My mother refused to visit the area again. I still returned occasionally, though less often each year. The forest looked ordinary enough to convince me I had exaggerated everything in my memory. Then I would reach that pine. Every visit ended there. 1 full year after the backpack was discovered, the sheriff's office received another call. A survey crew working nearby noticed something lying beneath the same tree. The exact same tree. Officials contacted us before collecting the evidence. This time I recognized the object immediately, even before getting close. My father's dental plate rested on the ground beside the trunk. It looked almost untouched. Anyone who knew him knew he never hunted without it, because it made speaking easier and kept his mouth comfortable during long days outside. Searchers had inspected that location countless times after finding his backpack. There had been nothing there. Now the dental prosthetic sat plainly visible on bare ground. The investigators searched farther than before. Metal detectors, dogs, additional volunteers. The surrounding woods yielded nothing. Not a single bone. Not a button. Not even another personal belonging. Just the dental plate, exactly where the earlier items had appeared. One detective admitted privately that he had never seen anything comparable in his career. Evidence usually expands a case. This only made ours stranger. Some people suggested pranksters. Others believed someone had hidden the belongings for years before deciding to reveal them piece by piece. Neither explanation survived much scrutiny. The area wasn't isolated enough for someone to visit unnoticed over that length of time. More importantly, why preserve worthless personal items while leaving everything else unanswered? Years have passed now. The investigation technically remains active, though everyone involved understands there may never be another development. The woods have changed. Storms have knocked down old trees. New growth covers former trails. The pine still stands. I visit less frequently than I once did, but whenever I find myself nearby, I stop there for a few quiet minutes. Nothing unusual ever happens. Birds move through the branches. Wind crosses the ridge. The forest behaves exactly as a forest should. If someone asked whether I believe something impossible happened to my father, I honestly couldn't answer. I only know what I saw. A man who knew those woods better than anyone failed to walk less than a mile back to camp after a sudden snowstorm erased every trace of him. Months later, his belongings appeared, arranged carefully beneath a tree that had already been searched. A year after that, another personal item appeared in the exact same place. His body was never found. No explanation has ever fit every fact. Whenever I picture that afternoon, I don't imagine him getting lost anymore. I imagine him walking confidently through familiar timber, exactly as he had done for decades. Certain he knew where every step would take him, until somewhere between one tree and the next, he simply stopped returning. I have spent most of my career believing that every problem could be broken into smaller pieces, until it made sense. That habit served me well in lecture halls, on research projects, and through years of climbing mountains, where preparation mattered more than confidence. It also gave me the kind of certainty that makes people ignore warnings they think are meant for someone else. Looking back, I think my disappearance really started long before I stepped onto that trail. It started the moment I convinced myself that experience could replace planning. The forecast that morning called for sunshine and cool temperatures. I checked it twice before leaving home. My wife reminded me that weather in the high country could change quickly, especially late in the season, but I laughed it off. The climb was familiar. I intended to reach the summit, spend a little time taking photographs and making notes for a geology paper I was helping review, then return before dark. I left behind the heavier jacket because it seemed unnecessary. The emergency blanket stayed in the garage. The extra food remained in the refrigerator. I carried a light pack with a water bottle, a notebook, my camera, and a folded route guide I had printed the night before. I even remember thinking that hiking light would let me move faster. By midday, I parked at the nearly empty trailhead under bright blue skies. The air felt cool without being uncomfortable. Pine needles covered the ground, and sunlight slipped through the trees in long yellow columns. Everything looked exactly the way I expected. The climb started easily. I kept a steady pace, occasionally stopping to study rock formations exposed along the switchbacks. The mountain had always interested me because its layers told a story stretching back millions of years. I found comfort in things that could be measured and explained. Higher up, the wind picked up. Nothing unusual, just enough to remind me I was gaining elevation. A few independent hikers came down from above while I continued upward. They nodded politely as we passed. One of them slowed and glanced at my clothing before asking whether I planned to stay long at the top. I shrugged and kept moving. Later, I realized they had probably noticed what I failed to notice about myself. I was dressed for the parking lot, not the summit. By the time I reached the peak, clouds had begun gathering over distant ridges. They looked harmless, thin, gray, far away. I took several photographs, scribbled observations in my notebook, and spent longer than I intended staring across miles of forest. The view was beautiful enough to erase any concern about the weather. When I finally started back down, the wind had changed. It arrived in sudden bursts that carried an unmistakable chill. The trail crossed a rocky saddle before splitting around a cluster of weathered signs. I remembered the intersection from previous trips, but something distracted me. I stopped to unfold the printed route guide. The paper caught the wind. I grabbed for it instinctively. It tore cleanly in half. One section remained in my hand. The other disappeared into the trees before I could react. I searched for several minutes without finding it. Frustrated, I folded the remaining half into my pocket and chose the trail that felt familiar. It wasn't. At first, nothing seemed wrong. The path descended through dense timber exactly as I expected. The grade felt reasonable. My confidence returned. Then the landmarks stopped matching my memory. A creek appeared where I remembered open ground. The slope became steeper. The trees grew closer together. I checked the torn map again. The missing section contained the lower intersections. Without it, I couldn't confirm where I actually was. I told myself to stay calm. People became disoriented because they panicked. I wasn't panicking. I was solving a problem. I continued downhill, expecting the trail to reconnect with the main route. Instead, it narrowed into little more than scattered footprints through loose rock. The afternoon light faded behind thickening clouds. Rain began as scattered drops. Within minutes, those drops turned into freezing rain. The temperature seemed to collapse all at once. Every surface became slick. My light jacket soaked through almost immediately. The cold reached my skin faster than I believed possible. I turned around, hoping to retrace my steps. But everything looked different. Mist drifted between the trees. The trail disappeared beneath wet leaves and exposed stone. I started moving faster. Too fast. I slipped twice trying to regain higher ground. Branches whipped against my face. Loose gravel rolled beneath my boots. I remember glancing repeatedly over my shoulder, even though no one was behind me. Every delay felt dangerous. Every wrong turn seemed to steal more daylight. Later, I learned several hikers had seen me from a ridge across the valley. They described me as moving quickly, restlessly, almost running. One of them told search personnel I looked like someone desperately trying to reach a destination. Before something caught up with me, there wasn't anything chasing me, only weather. But weather can be relentless enough. Snow began falling before evening, large, heavy flakes erased footprints within minutes. Visibility shrank until distant trees faded into white shapes. The trail vanished completely. I found shelter beneath a cluster of leaning boulders, hoping the storm would pass. Instead, it intensified. Wind forced snow into every opening. My soaked clothing stiffened with ice. The cold made simple decisions surprisingly difficult. I kept thinking I only needed to wait another hour. Another hour became another. Darkness arrived without stars. The mountain disappeared into blowing snow. Sometime during the night, I left the rocks because staying still no longer seemed possible. Movement felt warmer than waiting. That decision probably sealed everything. Morning never really arrived, only a lighter shade of gray. I wandered through unfamiliar drainages, convinced each ridge would reveal the trailhead. Instead, every climb ended with another descent into unfamiliar forest. Water ran beneath fresh snow. Several times I crossed streams I didn't remember from any previous hike. My notebook pages became soaked beyond reading. The remaining half of my route guide turned soft in my pocket. I must have dropped it somewhere during those endless hours. Days later, my wife reported me overdue. Search teams from multiple counties arrived quickly. Friends later described helicopters circling overhead whenever weather briefly improved. Volunteers spread across ridges. Dogs searched valleys. They found tracks that vanished beneath fresh snowfall. Every effort seemed to end the same way. Another storm, another suspension, another impossible day. The mountain refused to stay still long enough for anyone to search it completely. One searcher eventually discovered half of my printed route guide, deep inside a hazardous drainage basin miles away from the intended route. The paper matched the section I had lost when the wind tore it from my hands. The half I carried was never found. Neither was I. My abandoned vehicle remained where I had parked it under clear skies weeks earlier. The other half of the guide stayed inside, tucked beneath the passenger seat where I had left the original copy before printing a replacement. Investigators believed I must have accidentally taken only one printed section with me after the wind scattered my papers while organizing gear at the trailhead. The complete guide I thought I carried had never left the car. That detail haunted everyone who retraced my route. A simple mistake, a missing section, one incorrect turn at an ordinary intersection. The weather did the rest. People still hike that mountain every season. They stand where I stood beneath a clear sky and believe they have plenty of time. Most of them do. Some pause at the intersection and unfold maps with more care than I ever did. I hope they never understand why, because mountains rarely need extraordinary reasons to keep someone. Sometimes they only need a small mistake, a little misplaced confidence, and a storm arriving just a few hours earlier than expected. I was 38 when it happened, and if you had asked anyone who knew me whether I was capable of making reckless decisions in the mountains, they would have laughed. I was an emergency physician. For over a decade, I'd worked trauma bays, where seconds determined whether people went home or to the morgue. I'd treated climbers with shattered pelvises, skiers with spinal fractures, hikers suffering hypothermia so advanced they barely looked alive. I taught wilderness medicine on weekends. Search and rescue volunteers attended my lectures. Preparation wasn't something I believed in. It was simply how I lived, which is why I've spent years trying to understand how I ended up alone beneath 600 feet of frozen cliffs with both of my boots missing. The answer should be obvious. It isn't. The trip began in late February. 4 of us planned to climb into a remote alpine basin that stayed buried beneath snow until late spring. Ice climbers love the area because waterfalls transformed into towering blue columns every winter. We'd spend 2 nights at a backcountry cabin before exploring frozen routes we'd mapped earlier in the season. Nothing extreme, nothing we hadn't done before. The forecast predicted heavy cloud cover, occasional snowfall, temperatures hovering around 10 degrees during the day and well below zero overnight. Normal conditions. Our group consisted of Eric, a physical therapist, Ben, a structural engineer, Lisa, an ICU nurse I'd worked with for years, and me. Everyone carried avalanche beacons, satellite communicators, GPS units, insulated clothing, emergency shelters, climbing equipment, food for 5 days, and medical kits. Redundancy saves lives. That's something every rescuer learns. The first day went exactly as planned. We covered 8 miles through deep powder, crossed frozen streams, and reached the cabin before sunset. We laughed, cooked dehydrated meals, played cards beneath lantern light, while wind screamed outside. The next morning we headed toward the ice fields. Visibility remained decent, despite intermittent snowfall. The frozen waterfalls rose hundreds of feet overhead, glowing pale blue beneath thick ice. Even after years of climbing, they were breathtaking. Around noon, we stopped beside a cluster of massive boulders to eat. That's when things began feeling strange. Nothing dramatic, just wrong. The forest had become unnaturally quiet. No ravens, no wind through the trees, no cracking ice. Even our conversation gradually faded, because everyone seemed to notice the silence without mentioning it. Lisa finally asked, "Do you hear that?" "Hear what?" "Exactly." She smiled nervously. "There should be something." Ben shrugged. "Weather, maybe." But I remember looking around and realizing the silence almost felt physical, like pressure. The sensation disappeared after several minutes. We finished lunch, packed our gear, continued toward the upper basin. The trail narrowed as it climbed across steep terrain overlooking a frozen drainage thousands of feet below. I volunteered to break trail through fresh snow since I was feeling strong. That wasn't unusual. We rotated every 30 minutes. Because breaking trail was exhausting, I pulled ahead, at first maybe 50 yards, then 100. The others became partially hidden by trees behind me. I remember checking my watch, 1:47 p.m. I remember thinking we'd reach the upper ice formations before 3. Then, there's a gap. Not unconsciousness, not confusion, just nothing. The next memory arrives like someone turning on a light. I'm standing, alone. The trees around me are different. The slope beneath my boots is steeper, and somehow the trail behind me is gone. I checked my GPS. No signal. That wasn't impossible in deep valleys. I activated satellite mode. Nothing happened. Battery 93%. Perfectly functional. I pulled out my radio. No response. I called everyone's names. Silence. No echoes. Nothing. I remember feeling irritated more than frightened. I assumed I'd wandered onto a parallel game trail while focusing on the terrain, instead of following our route. Simple mistake. I started climbing uphill. Within 20 minutes, I realized something made no sense. My altimeter showed I'd descended almost 500 feet. I hadn't walked downhill. I was certain of that. The slope around me also didn't match anything from our maps. Towering ice walls surrounded the basin. Some reached over 200 feet. Frozen waterfalls everywhere, yet I didn't recognize any of them. Snow began falling harder. Visibility shrank. I tried retracing my steps. Every direction looked identical. The forest seemed rearranged. Hours disappeared. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I distinctly remember checking my watch at one point, 2:18. Later I checked again, 2:23. Then what felt like another hour passed. My watch read 2:31. I replaced the battery months later thinking it had malfunctioned. It hadn't. As afternoon faded, I accepted I was genuinely lost. Training took over. Build shelter. Stay calm. Conserve energy. I unpacked my emergency bivvy, collected branches, prepared to spend the night. That's the last completely reliable memory I possess. Everything afterward comes in fragments. Walking beneath towering sheets of blue ice. Hearing footsteps matching mine. Stopping. Silence. Walking again. Footsteps returning, seeing what looked like someone standing among distant trees wearing bright red. Eric's jacket had been red. I shouted. The figure disappeared behind ice formations. I hurried after it. Nothing. Only untouched snow. Then another missing section. The next memory is painfully vivid. I'm standing at the edge of an enormous cliff. Not because I intended to be there, because I somehow arrived there without realizing it. The wind nearly knocked me over. I stumbled backward. My heart pounded. Below me stretched hundreds of feet of broken rock buried beneath snow. One wrong step, I backed away carefully. I distinctly remember tightening my boots because one lace felt loose. That detail matters. You'll understand why. Night fell. Then, nothing again. The official timeline comes from everyone else. When I failed to return by dark, my friends activated emergency procedures immediately. Search and rescue launched before midnight despite worsening weather. The following morning, helicopters began grid searches. Civilian volunteer teams joined them. Military aviation units later assisted because the terrain was too dangerous for standard operations. Hundreds of personnel searched. Thermal imaging, avalanche dogs, drones, technical climbing teams, every available resource. They found my backpack first. It sat upright beneath a pine tree, untouched. Food untouched, medical supplies untouched, extra clothing untouched. My satellite communicator rested inside, powered on, working perfectly. The GPS functioned. The battery remained above 90%. My radio worked. Everything worked. Except it had never transmitted an emergency signal. Not one. Searchers assumed I'd become injured, abandoned weight, and continued moving. Then they noticed something else. My boots weren't there. Neither were my gloves. Days later, they discovered my body, 3 miles from the backpack, far below a series of vertical ice formations impossible to descend without ropes. The medical examiner determined I'd suffered catastrophic injuries from an enormous fall, multiple fractures, internal trauma. Death almost certainly occurred upon impact. The conclusion seemed straightforward. Lost hiker, fatal fall. Case closed. Except the injuries didn't explain everything. Neither did the scene. My boots were never located. Neither were my heavy gloves. The socks remained on my feet, barely damaged. No frostbite significant enough to explain removing insulated winter boots voluntarily. No obvious signs animals had carried them away. Nothing. Investigators searched repeatedly. The terrain where I fell couldn't easily be reached accidentally. To get there, I'd somehow crossed unstable snowfields, climbed around frozen cliffs, bypassed safer routes, and ended up above a vertical drop that experienced mountaineers generally avoided in winter. Everyone who knew me insisted I wouldn't have chosen that route, especially alone, especially in deteriorating weather, especially after becoming separated. Search coordinators later admitted something else bothered them. During multiple helicopter passes, they'd flown directly over the area where my body was eventually discovered. The pilots reported seeing nothing. Ground teams searched portions of the same drainage earlier. Nothing. Then, several days later, there I was, in open terrain, visible from above, as though I'd simply appeared. Officials attributed it to snow cover, difficult angles, and harsh weather. Perfectly reasonable explanations. Probably correct. Yet one helicopter observer privately told Ben afterward that he'd stared into that exact ravine through binoculars during the second day. He remained convinced it had been empty. My family accepted the accident. My colleagues accepted the accident. Most people should. The evidence supports one. A capable hiker became separated. He made navigation errors. He suffered a fatal fall. Mountain tragedies happen every year, but every February, when fresh snow begins covering the high country again, Lisa still refuses to hike there, not because of where I died, because of what she never mentioned publicly. She told me years later that after I walked ahead of the group, she watched me stop on the trail roughly 100 yards away. She said I turned toward the trees on my left, as though someone had called my name. Then I stepped off the trail, not cautiously, not curiously, purposefully. She assumed I was relieving myself or investigating something. She expected me back within seconds. Instead, I walked between the trees without looking back. By the time the others reached the spot less than a minute later, I was already gone. I was told later that most people remember the rain first, but that isn't how I remember it. I remember the empty chair outside the camper, the little battery-powered ATV sitting beside it, and the way my younger brother refused to look at the trees even when they surrounded us on every side. Looking back now, that detail matters more than anything else. He was terrified of the forest long before he disappeared. He wasn't afraid of the dark, storms, or strangers. It was only the trees that made him panic. My brother was born with severe developmental disabilities. At the time he vanished, he was old enough to ride a tiny recreational ATV that barely moved faster than a brisk walk. But he needed constant supervision for almost everything else. Loud sounds overwhelmed him. New places confused him. He depended on routines more than most people could ever understand. The one routine that never changed was his refusal to step beneath a heavy tree canopy. Even neighborhood parks upset him if the branches closed overhead. If our parents suggested a trail, he would shake his head violently before they even finished asking. Sometimes he cried before we reached the parking lot. Nobody ever forced him. That summer, we were staying at a temporary campground near the Canadian border while my father worked a short contract. It wasn't meant to be a vacation. We had borrowed an old camper and parked beside a broad clearing used by other seasonal workers. Beyond that clearing stood an enormous wall of forest. The locals treated those woods like they were ordinary. My brother acted as if something inside them terrified him. He never explained why. He couldn't. He simply refused to go near them. The campground itself felt safe enough. Families came and went. Kids rode bicycles through muddy roads. Campfires burned every evening despite the drizzle that seemed determined never to stop. Rain soaked everything for days. The ground turned soft enough that every boot left deep prints. My brother stayed close to the camper. He rode slow circles on his little ATV, while our mother watched from outside. That morning began like every other. Gray clouds, mist drifting across the clearing, wet earth sticking to everyone's shoes. I remember helping my father move supplies into the truck while my aunt, who had volunteered to help watch my brother, folded laundry inside the camper. My mother stepped away to use the restroom building only a short walk down the road. None of us believed he was alone. Everyone thought someone else still had eyes on him. It couldn't have been more than a couple of minutes. When my aunt stepped outside, the chair sat empty. The ATV was gone. She assumed he'd rolled toward the open field. Instead, she found nothing. At first, nobody panicked. The campground wasn't large. The roads looped around in circles. My father grabbed the truck while several campers began walking in different directions, calling his name. I searched every trailer row. Someone checked the washrooms. Another family searched the storage sheds. No sign of him. The rain continued without stopping. Within an hour, local deputies arrived. By noon, volunteers filled the campground. By evening, search dogs worked through the soaked clearing. Everyone noticed the same impossible detail. There were footprints everywhere. Boots, truck tires, dog tracks, children's shoes, but nobody found a fresh set leading into the woods. Not one. Searchers kept expecting the mud to reveal where he'd wandered. Instead, the ground simply stopped telling a story. The dogs worked hard but struggled in the steady rain. Helicopters couldn't stay airborne for long. because visibility kept collapsing into thick fog. Heavy equipment eventually arrived. Bulldozers cleared old logging roads. Excavators pushed through abandoned brush piles. Mounted volunteers searched areas impossible to reach on foot. The search kept growing. Each day brought more people. Each day produced nothing. One detail spread through the volunteers almost immediately. Several experienced trackers insisted that if my brother had walked anywhere around the campground after that rainfall, there should have been footprints. Not maybe. There should have been hundreds. Instead, there was nothing connected to him. The ATV became everyone's focus. If someone found it, maybe they would find him too. 3 days later, another volunteer made the discovery. The little vehicle sat beside an illegal dumping area several miles away. It wasn't hidden. It wasn't damaged. It looked carefully placed. Its battery still worked. The tires looked clean considering everything around it. Most disturbing of all, there were still no tracks leading away from it. Searchers photographed everything. The surrounding mud carried impressions from investigators arriving afterward. But nobody could explain why the ATV itself appeared isolated. No little footprints, no dragging marks, nothing. People began inventing explanations. Maybe floodwater erased everything. Maybe other volunteers accidentally destroyed evidence. Maybe he'd climbed into another vehicle. Each possibility sounded reasonable until someone visited the campground again. The mud there still preserved footprints from the first afternoon. Weeks later, some impressions remained visible. Rain hadn't erased everything. It had preserved almost everyone else's movements, except his. My parents refused to leave the area for months. Every lead mattered. Every phone call restarted hope. A truck driver believed he'd seen someone matching the description. Another witness claimed a child had crossed a service road. Both reports ended the same way. Nothing. Years passed before investigators quietly admitted they no longer believed he had wandered into the wilderness. His lifelong fear simply didn't fit. People don't suddenly run into the one place they've avoided every day of their lives. Especially someone whose routines rarely changed. That left another possibility. Someone took him. No witness remembered a suspicious vehicle. No cameras existed. Nobody reported hearing an argument or seeing anyone struggle. The campground road stayed quiet that morning. Too quiet. There was one man investigators questioned repeatedly. He drifted around seasonal camps doing odd jobs. He claimed he'd been collecting scrap metal during the storm. His timeline shifted several times, but nothing ever connected him directly to my brother. Without evidence, suspicion stayed exactly that. Suspicion. As I grew older, reporters occasionally contacted our family whenever disappearances near wilderness areas became national news. They always wanted the strange parts, the missing footprints, the distant ATV, the rain, the forest. They rarely asked about the simplest fact. My brother never wanted to go into those trees. Even hearing wind move through them upset him. People suggested perhaps fear drove him farther than anyone imagined. I never believed that. Fear made him move away from forests. Always. When I became an adult, I visited the campground alone. The camper was long gone. Most of the workers had moved elsewhere. Fresh gravel covered sections of the old roads. The clearing seemed smaller than memory allowed. The forest looked exactly the same. Dense, dark, silent beneath thick branches. I walked to the place where the chair once stood. Standing there, I realized how impossible it still felt. If he had ridden away willingly, someone should have seen him. If he had entered the woods, the mud should have recorded it. If someone forced him into a vehicle, they somehow did it without drawing attention in the middle of an active campground. None of those possibilities ever fit perfectly. I found myself staring toward the trees, even though every instinct told me to look toward the road instead. That was where any vehicle would have come from. That was where answers should have been waiting. The trees became the mystery because they were visible. The road disappeared because it seemed ordinary. Maybe that's why people still argue about what happened. One direction offered questions, the other offered almost nothing at all. Before leaving, I stood quietly while rain began falling again. Soft drops darkened the gravel. Fresh mud formed around my boots. When I turned back toward my truck, my footprints stretched clearly behind me all the way across the clearing, exactly as they should have, exactly as my brothers never did. I have spent most of my life outdoors, not the kind of outdoors where people spend a Saturday hiking a marked trail before driving home for pizza. I mean months living out of tents, cutting deadfall for heat, reading weather by smell, finding water where maps insisted there wasn't any, before arthritis twisted my hips and diabetes stole most of the feeling from my feet. I worked as a wilderness guide throughout northern Idaho and western Montana. By the time I was 78, I couldn't walk more than a couple hundred yards without stopping. Both knees had been replaced. My left ankle barely bent after an old logging accident. Cataracts clouded my peripheral vision, and hearing aids only helped when there wasn't much background noise. Still, nobody in my family questioned whether I knew the woods. That summer, my grandson convinced me to join his church group for a weekend camp near a forgotten lake tucked several miles beyond the nearest paved road. They wanted someone who could teach basic survival skills to teenagers. I figured sitting around a fire talking about mistakes I'd survived was easier than staying home watching television. There were 16 of us altogether, 4 adults, 12 teenagers. We reached the lake shortly after noon. It wasn't large, just a long stretch of still black water surrounded by old cedar and fir trees that looked untouched for centuries. The shoreline wasn't sandy. It was dark mud tangled with roots, and fallen logs disappeared into water so clear you could see submerged branches 20 feet below. The moment we stepped out of the trucks, something felt wrong. Not dangerous, wrong. Nobody mentioned it immediately, but everyone slowed down without realizing they were doing it. Normally forests have layers of sound: wind, birds, insects, squirrels, branches creaking, water moving somewhere. This place had nothing, absolutely nothing. It wasn't quiet, it was absent. Even our footsteps sounded strange, like the trees swallowed echoes before they could spread. One of the teenagers laughed nervously. "Where are all the birds?" Nobody answered. I remember looking into the treetops, expecting at least one raven or jay. Nothing. Not a single movement. Even the mosquitoes seemed gone. I told myself we'd arrived during an unusual lull. Nature does that sometimes, but I'd spent decades in forests across the Northwest. I'd never heard silence like that. We set camp anyway. The survival demonstration was planned for the afternoon in a small clearing about 200 yards from the lake. Since walking long distances hurt too much, everyone agreed I'd stay seated on an old cedar log while the others spread out practicing shelter construction and fire starting. I was happy enough to supervise. The clearing gave me a full view of everyone. Kids gathered dead branches. Adults walked between groups, correcting mistakes. Nobody ever got farther than 60 or 70 yards away. Around 5 o'clock, my grandson announced we'd wrap up in another 15 minutes before heading back to camp for dinner. He helped me adjust my folding chair and handed me a bottle of water. "You good, Grandpa? I've survived worse." He laughed and walked away. That was the last conversation anyone admits having with me. At least that's what they later told investigators, according to every witness. I stayed sitting exactly where they'd left me. Some kids glanced over while gathering sticks. One adult remembered seeing my hat. Another recalled me waving. Nobody noticed anything unusual. No screams, no voices, no footsteps, no movement through brush. Nothing. Then everyone gathered back at the clearing. My chair sat empty. The bottle of water remained unopened beside it. My walking cane leaned against the log. My backpack was still zipped. My jacket hung over the chair. The hearing aid batteries I'd taken out earlier rested inside a small plastic case on top of my pack. Everything I'd brought remained exactly where I'd left it, except me. At first they assumed I'd wandered behind a tree to use the bathroom. My grandson called my name. No answer. 5 minutes became 10, then 20. People spread out in every direction. I couldn't have walked far. Not with my knees. Not without my cane. Not without my hearing aids. Certainly not without my medication sitting inside my backpack. The terrain around that clearing wasn't forgiving. Dense underbrush, fallen logs, steep gullies hidden beneath ferns. Even healthy hikers struggled moving through it quickly. For me, 20 yards would have taken several exhausting minutes. 40 yards would have left obvious tracks. Instead, there was nothing. The ground around my chair remained undisturbed. No broken branches, no dragged footprints, no scuffed dirt, no dropped clothing, no blood, nothing. They searched until darkness forced them back. The sheriff arrived before midnight. By sunrise, there were volunteers, then tracking dogs, then state search teams, then helicopters. Within 2 days, more than 100 people combed the surrounding forest. Divers searched the lake. Boats scanned submerged logs. Thermal imaging aircraft circled overhead. Searchers formed shoulder-to-shoulder lines through brush, so thick they sometimes advanced only a few feet each minute. The dogs repeatedly followed my scent to the chair, then stopped. Handlers tried from multiple directions. Same result. The trail ended exactly where I'd been sitting. Investigators expanded the search radius farther than anyone believed I could physically travel. Nothing. Weeks passed. Still nothing. No clothing. No bones. No medication. No footprints discovered after rains softened the soil. No signs of an animal attack. No evidence anyone else had entered the area. Cell phone records showed no strangers nearby. The nearest road cameras captured only vehicles belonging to our group and emergency responders. Eventually, they searched abandoned mines, nearby cabins, drainage culverts, even trees. Nothing. My family hired private search teams after official operations ended. Those volunteers covered areas already searched 3 and 4 times. Again, nothing. What puzzled experienced trackers most wasn't simply that I'd disappeared. It was what I couldn't have done. I couldn't outrun anyone. I couldn't climb steep hills. I couldn't hear people calling without my hearing aids. I couldn't navigate unfamiliar terrain because my eyesight blurred beyond short distances. I couldn't cross streams without assistance, and I absolutely couldn't travel miles through dense forest without leaving some physical evidence. Yet every measurable fact insisted I'd simply ceased existing where I'd been sitting. One search coordinator reportedly told my grandson, something that stayed with him. In 40 years, I've seen people hide. I've seen people fall into places nobody expected. I've seen bears scatter remains over incredible distances. I've never seen a man vanish while leaving his cane behind. The strangest detail didn't appear in newspapers. It came from several volunteers independently. Throughout the first search day, the forest stayed unnaturally silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. Late that evening, almost 24 hours after I disappeared, someone heard the first chickadee. Within minutes, the normal sounds of the forest returned all at once, as though someone had flipped a switch. Investigators dismissed that detail. Coincidence, memory distortion, stress, maybe, but every volunteer who mentioned it described exactly the same moment. I've spent years trying to explain what happened. Maybe there was a medical emergency nobody anticipated. Maybe I somehow crawled into a hidden crevice. Maybe every search simply missed the impossible. Or maybe there are places in the wilderness where experience doesn't matter. Places where distance, sound, and time don't behave the way they should. If that's true, then somewhere beyond that silent tree line sits an old folding chair beside an unopened bottle of water, waiting for someone who never stood up. I spent most of my adult life in the mountains, and I trusted them more than I trusted cities. Maps made sense to me. Ridge lines made sense. Wind, game trails, drainage patterns, and landmarks all fit together in ways that never changed. That was why the day I disappeared still bothers the people who were there. It bothers me too, because I remember enough to know something happened, but not enough to explain how I ended up where they eventually found me. The trip was supposed to be routine. 3 friends and I had hunted that section of the range for years. It wasn't unexplored country. We'd camped in the same valley more times than I could remember, and every season I walked those slopes without needing to unfold a map. I carried one anyway out of habit, but I rarely looked at it. The morning started clear. A steady wind rolled over the ridges, carrying the smell of pine and cold stone. Gusts pushed through the treetops hard enough to make the branches sway, but visibility stretched for miles whenever the forest opened. Our plan was simple. We would spread out across a broad basin, each taking a different position while staying within reasonable walking distance of camp. It was an ordinary strategy we'd used many times before. I volunteered to wait near the lower valley, where several game trails crossed. It wasn't dangerous. It wasn't even far. One of my friends watched me disappear between the trees and joked that I'd probably be the first one back, carrying something worth cleaning. I lifted a hand without looking back and kept walking downhill. That was the last confirmed moment anyone saw me. The valley narrowed as I descended. Tall firs blocked most of the sunlight, and the wind sounded different there. Instead of moving across the trees overhead, it curled through the rocks with a low whistle that rose and faded without rhythm. I found a flat section overlooking the trail. Fresh tracks crossed damp soil beside a fallen log. Everything looked normal. I settled against a large boulder and waited. Time passes differently when you're watching the woods. Minutes stretch into long periods where almost nothing moves except branches. Then little things begin standing out. A squirrel stops making noise. The wind changes direction. Leaves that should be rustling suddenly become still. I remember noticing the silence before anything else. Not complete silence, just the absence of the sounds that had been there a moment earlier. It felt noticeable enough that I stood. I scanned the trees expecting to see an animal. Instead, I caught movement farther up the opposite slope. Not movement exactly, more like someone stepping behind one trunk after another. Every time I focused on it, there was nothing. I assumed another hunter had wandered into the drainage. That wasn't unusual. I waited for another glimpse. Nothing appeared. The wind returned. Branches swayed again. Birds started calling somewhere above me. I laughed at myself and sat back down. The next part refuses to stay in order. There are pieces I remember with impossible clarity, and long stretches that simply aren't there. I remember standing again. I remember adjusting the strap on my pack. I remember looking toward camp because I thought I heard someone whistle. After that, blank. The search began before sunset. When I failed to return, my friends retraced every route I could reasonably have taken. They found nothing. No footprints, no broken brush, no dropped equipment. Nothing caught on branches. Nothing disturbed the soft ground around the place where I'd last been seen. By morning, the search had expanded. More people arrived. Teams covered ridges, valleys, creek beds, and steep slopes. Specialized personnel brought tracking equipment and methods that had found missing people before. They searched places I never would have considered walking. They searched the obvious routes first, then the impossible ones. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. My family was told there was simply no trace. No one could explain how an experienced navigator could disappear in daylight only a short distance from camp. Without leaving behind a single clue, the official effort ended. Private searches continued. Friends returned whenever they could. They walked the same country in different seasons. Snow came and melted. Spring runoff changed the creeks. Summer grass covered old ground. Autumn stripped the leaves away again. Still nothing. A full year passed. By then, most people believed the mountain had simply kept whatever answer existed. Then someone found me. He wasn't looking for me. He was following a bird. He later described hearing its calls echoing through the valley as if it wanted attention. Every time he stopped, it called again from farther ahead, curious. He kept following it through dense timber toward a section not far from where our original camp had stood. The bird landed on a dead branch overlooking a patch of brush. It refused to fly away. The man walked closer. That was when he noticed my pack. It leaned upright against a tree, not torn, not weathered beyond what a year outside would reasonably cause. Just sitting there, a few feet away lay the rest of my belongings. Everything was strangely organized. Nothing looked scattered. Nothing suggested panic. Nothing suggested an animal had dragged anything there. He recognized the missing person's photograph from the year before and immediately contacted authorities. Search personnel returned. The location stunned everyone. The spot was exceptionally close to our old base camp, close enough that dozens of people had passed nearby during the original search, close enough that experienced searchers insisted they had already covered the area repeatedly, yet no one had seen any of it. My remains were recovered not far from the equipment. There was no obvious explanation for how I reached that location. No clear trail. No evidence that I had lived there for long. No indication I had intentionally hidden. The official conclusion offered possibilities instead of answers. Exposure, disorientation, accident. Those words fit the paperwork. They never fit the terrain. Anyone familiar with those mountains understood why. I knew every drainage. Every ridge eventually led somewhere familiar. Even if I had become injured, I should have left signs. Broken branches, disturbed soil, dropped gear, something. Instead, it was as if I had simply stepped away from the world everyone else was searching. My friends returned once after everything was over. They stood where the pack had been found. Camp was visible through the trees, not clearly, just enough that flashes of color from tents would have been noticeable during the original trip. One of them later admitted that realization bothered him more than anything else. He said if my equipment had truly been there the entire year, someone should have found it within the first day. Another quietly pointed toward the dead tree where the bird had landed. No one answered. The wind moved through the branches exactly as it had the morning I walked into the valley. Nothing looked unusual. Nothing looked threatening. It was simply another stretch of familiar mountain that hundreds of people had crossed without incident. Today, that place exists on maps like every other valley in the range. People hike through it. Hunters still pass nearby. Most never know what happened there. Sometimes I wonder whether I missed something obvious. A wrong turn, a head injury, a mistake any person could make. I want that explanation because it would mean the world still works the way I believed it did. But every fact circles back to the same question. How does someone who knows the land disappear in broad daylight without leaving a trace? Only to be discovered a year later, almost within sight of where everyone had been looking. No report ever answered that. The mountains never answered either. They only kept standing there, waiting for the wind to carry away every sound, except the one no one could ever explain.